Hello, good morning. Hello, good morning.
Morning.
I am inquiring whether the meeting is on or
No, it will start at 9. I think we are just preparing.
thank you so much.
Good morning, school leaders. Good morning, school leaders.
Good morning.
Thank
Good
you.
morning.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
morning.
It's just good to hear from you, from both Mombasa County and Wajir. Karibuni sana. Please tell your colleagues who have not joined to join, because we want to start in the next 10 minutes. That is at 9:15. Please, let's tell them to join so that we can join and start together. Welcome to the check-in session for the ESL for JS. Karibuni sana. Please tell your colleagues to join in your various WhatsApp platforms. Thank you.
Hello. Hello, good morning.
Hello, good morning to you.
Good morning
it's
to you.
It is so silent. I don't know whether the program is on already or I'm off the line.
Yeah,
We are all
thank you for
the facilitators.
the
Oh,
constant. Thank you. We are starting in the next 8 minutes. Please just bear with us. But in the meantime, inform your colleagues to join so that we start at 9:15 on the dot. Thank
it's
you,
okay. Thank you.
Mohammed, for your greetings from the chat box. Let's
Yes,
do together.
wametoka.
Salimiane kwa chat
Wazazi
box.
wanaanza kuingia.
Waktu saya sudah malam sebenarnya. Waktu di suatu syambu kan di semua ya.
Của soal quạt thế, quả cả học sinh.
Mas saya lihat lah. Apa? Kan ukurnya no. Saya memang tambahan dalam saya siap sudah.
Hawai daayir yalda waxaad adigu baahan tahay inaad ku qorid aa lagaa rabaa.
Ani horta amal ku qor.
Nin weyn soo maaha. Nin weyn waay adi soo
Apa?
Yes, good morning once again, school leaders. Good morning once again. You can just put in the chat box, please don't unmute.
Good
Just
morning
chat.
to you. How are you?
Good
Morning.
Just put in the chat box, please. Don't chat. Don't reply back. Just respond through the chat box so that we have some kind of order. We want to start our meeting today, and we have indicated that this is an online synchronous check-in training session that brings together two counties, that is Wajir and Mombasa. And just before we start, Mohammed Yusuf, please, can you pray for us now that you are muted as we start? Mohammed Yusuf. Mohammed Yusuf, can you pray for us? Just unmute and pray. Hared, Adan, can you pray for us as we start?
والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم. اللهم إنا نسألك رضاك الجنة ونعوذ بك من سخطك النار. اللهم إنا نسألك الهدى والتقوى والعفو في الغنى. اللهم إنا نسألك العفو والعافية في الدين والدنيا والآخرة. صلى الله على سيدنا محمد. I'm through.
Amen. Amen. Thank you, Hared. Thank you. Thank you very much. School leaders, we really appreciate us joining this training session, and we wish to request all of us to invite our colleagues who have not joined, please to join, because I'm aware that you have the program for today, and we were meant to start by 9, but we're starting at 9:15. But we really appreciate those who have joined. Please invite your colleagues to join us very fast. And with us, I want to introduce my colleagues who are here. We have the ICT support team that consists of Samuel Munove. You can just wave, please. Just wave in the chat, in the reactions. Samuel Munove, thank you. We want to see you. We also have with us Kamau, Nicholas. Please also wave. Thank you. Just wave, just wave. Thank you. We also have Aquila Kenywa. Please also wave. Thank you, Aquila, for that. We also have now the trainers with us here. We are 3 in this room here, led by Simon Ngatia is here with us. Simon, you can also wave or just say hi. Simon, you can wave and or say hi. Good morning. Good morning,
Good
Simon.
morning. Good morning.
Thank you, Simon, for that. We also have Rebecca Muriuki. You can also wave or say hi.
Good morning and welcome.
Thank you, Rebecca. And also, I'm part of the trainers, Omwanza Charles. So together with Ngati and Rebecca, we'll take you through number 1, the review of units 1, 2, and 3. And tomorrow we'll take you through the preview of units 4, 5, and 6 as per the program that is here with us. Thank you, colleagues. Now from the VVB side, we have 2 members in this room here, led by the country program manager. I just want to say, invite Rebecca to say. Good, thank you. So Rebecca is here with us. Rebecca, you can just wave. If you are there, thank you for waving. Thank you. And then the country program manager is also here with us. She can also just wave. Yes, thank you. So thank you very much, Madam Claire. Allow me at this point then recognize the presence of our school leaders and more so the president of Mombasa and Wajir just to say hi. Let me begin with Wajir. President, please just say hi on behalf of your colleagues in a minute. President of Wajir, unmute and just say hi. Anyone from Wajir, on behalf of your colleagues, please unmute and just say hi to us.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning, Hared. How are you?
I'm fine.
You can make a comment on behalf of your colleagues as we start.
Let me take this opportunity to welcome all members from Wajir and Mombasa. Have a nice day. Thank you.
Thank you, Wana Adam, for that. Let's appreciate him, please, in the chat box just by clapping for him. Now we go to Mombasa. The president of Mombasa, please, we invite you just to say hi and a remark for a minute so that we can hear from you. Mombasa County. President, are you in? If not, then any of you can unmute and just say hi on behalf of your colleagues. Mombasa. Mombasa, anyone please, just to talk on our behalf?
Hello members, my name is Chance, and I want to say hi, and we are ready. I'm talking on behalf of Mombasa. I'm from JCC Educational Complex here in Mombasa, Kisauni. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, James Wanyama. Let's appreciate him, please, also for just saying hi. So Team Mombasa, Team Wajir, you are highly welcome. We are aware that this training begins now and ends at exactly 1 p.m. But I would like to know whether we intend to go for prayers before 1 p.m. so that we can adjust accordingly and take care of your interest. Is there anyone who wants to make a comment on this? Because I'm aware some of us go for prayers earlier than 1. Can we finish at 1, maybe go for prayers, or we go for prayers and come back? Members, what do you think?
We suggest to break for prayers at 12:30.
12:30, yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. Who is seconding that? Who is seconding that? In the chat box, please. Or we break at 1. Anyone who wants to give a comment?
Yes, we break at 12:30, so that we prepare ourselves for the prayer from Wajir.
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you very much. I think that is noted. We will plan accordingly so that we can break at 12:30. Hadija Osman, please mute. We break at 12:30, that's okay. You can see chat box. Many are saying 12:30, that's okay. So from our end, we'll see how to adjust so that we are able to break at 12:30. Will you come back after breaking? Members, because we'll be having 30 minutes left to complete the program as scheduled here.
I suggest we come back at 1:30.
For 30 minutes.
For just for 1 hour resting.
Good. So what we'll do is that we'll advise you accordingly. But I think I will propose that we can reduce the time for the health break, the first health break, so that we take care of that. But we'll be able to come back to you shortly and agree on when to come back or whether we'll be able to end the session at that time so that we don't infringe into anybody's rights. We really appreciate colleagues. I've indicated that today we'll be having the sessions where we'll be reviewing the first 3 units covered during the check-in that was held some time back in your various counties. You met our colleagues who took you through the 3 units, and today you are meeting us, Ms. Ngatia, Rebecca, and Mwanza, and we want to take you through the 3 units. That is the review of unit 1, 2, and 3. And to start us off will be Mr. Ngatia, starting us off with the review of unit 1, which is the ICT integration. So we are starting a little bit earlier at 9:25. So we'll be able to start by 10:25. So Mr. Ngatia, over to you at this point. Thank you, and karibu sana. All the best.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mwanza, for that intro. Ladies and gentlemen, we are so glad to be in this session, this review session. We basically want to revisit what we did last time when we had a face-to-face, so that we can recap on what we talked about, and also interrogate what we have been going through on the LMS. So it's basically a reflective moment for us, so that we can be able to tell whether we are moving forward, whether these sessions have an impact on us as the school leaders. So I'm so glad to be the first presenter in this session. And I would like to request who is presenting? Yeah, give me the rights. I would like to put up the screen. I would like to share my presentation so that we can move together. We have a link on the chat. We have a Nearpod link. Please click on that link so that you can access the presentation. If you go to the chat, you'll find the Nearpod link. Just click on it and you'll be able to access the presentation on your gadget. Okay, so our first presentation is on ICT integration in learning. ICT integration in learning. And I hope you had an interesting moment going through the session, going through the learnings, going through the materials of the LMS. And when we met last time, I remember I was in Wajir with the Wajir members. We were hoping to understand the concept of ICT. That is one. It is my belief that we have, by now, we can be able to explain the concept of ICT in learning. And not only that, we are also able to integrate ICT in our classrooms. Our work as the school leaders is to help our teachers to integrate ICT, to facilitate availability of resources, to integrate ICT. We also look at the role of teachers and our own roles as school leaders in ICT integration. Now, whereas teachers are engaged in the classroom activities, one-on-one with the learners, it is for us, the school leaders, to provide the resources, to lobby for the availability of these resources from the boards of management, and so on and so forth. So we looked at the roles of the two parties, the teachers and the school leaders. It is my hope that by now we understand these roles. We also looked at the tools. We explored the tools that we use in ICT integration, and not just for the normal classes, even for our learners who are able differently. So we explored the adaptive technologies also for the learners who are able differently, so that we can make our schools inclusive, so that they can cater for all the learners in our institutions. We also delved into online safety and security measures that we have to take care of in our schools, because as we are aware, ICT entails handling of even very sensitive materials, very sensitive information, and we need to make sure that these materials or this information is taken care of. For example, information on our learners, information on our parents. We have contacts. We have very private information. Now, if this information falls in the wrong hands, then this can spell doom to our parents, because some criminals may even follow them up, and it might be very insecure for the entire school community, our BOM, our students, our teachers, and the parents, and all the stakeholders. Now, we also engaged with the online resources. I remember we exposed you to online resources, and it is my hope that you will be utilizing these resources for the benefit of our learners. Now, these are the areas that we covered, ladies and gentlemen. And by covering this, we assumed that you'll be able to share your own path in understanding ICT, matters ICT integration. And going forward then, I would like us to reflect therefore on the whole concept of ICT integration. Now, what is it all about? What have we learned over time since the time we met on the face-to-face session? What have we learned? What is your current understanding of ICT integration? Now, I would like us to visit our chat box briefly, and we just indicate, let's indicate what we understand at the moment, what we understand ICT integration to mean for us as school leaders. Let's take about 1 minute, 2 minutes to reflect on that. Let's move over to our chat and respond to that question on the chat. I would like to request Madam Rebecca, can you access the responses?
Thank you. Thank you much. In the chat, I'm not responding yet. Okay, thank you, Simon. Let's go directly on the chat. Yes, I can see Mohammed has posted. He said that in implementing ICT in curriculum, design and content delivery, use of interactive technology in learning, making use of ICT devices to support teaching and learning, during lesson delivery, the use of ICT to access resources online during the lesson, and he said that use of ICT program in installation of use of technology to enhance the student learning experiences. Yes, those are the responses. Simon.
Okay. Majority of us are not responding. I don't know why. Are we having challenges in interacting on the chat? Okay, I can see the responses are coming in. Florence Kaduri, using ICT gadgets in teaching and learning. Okay. Learners explore more skills. That is from Hared Aden. Okay. You can see the understanding of ICT integration is as varied as we are. It all depends on the meaning of you've gathered over time. So that is essentially what we wanted. We didn't want you to get one, one shoe fits all kind of a scenario. What you're exposing is very okay, that we have varied understanding of what ICT integration is all about. Some are talking about use of the gadgets, use of hardware. Some are indicating there's the use of apps in teaching and learning to make learning more interactive. And all answers are correct. All of us are on the right track. I can see Joyce Quiriga is talking about lessons are real when using ICT. They're interesting. They are motivating to learners. So it's not just about use of the gadgets or use of the apps. It's about making, to Joyce, it's making learning real. It's about making learning interesting and motivating, George is talking about ICT integration. That is the use of ICT tools in teaching. Are they softwares? Are they hardware? That's up to George to explain to us. But what we are sorry for that. We had a internet breakdown. It happens when we are using ICT. When we are integrating ICT, that's a classical case of an example of challenges you might experience when you are using ICT, when you're integrating ICT in teaching and learning. Okay, so moving forward, we have an activity that I want us to undertake just to reflect on ICT integration. On your right upper corner on your screen, you can see there's a document attached. There's a document attached, and this document has 5 questions or 5 areas of discussion. And you're going to break into 5 groups. Are they 5 or 4? I think there are 5. Now, you'll find yourself in a particular group. Once in that group, the first thing that you need to do is you have to, all of us have to unmute. So we all unmute. After unmuting, we identify a group leader, someone who is going to moderate the session, and a secretary. Now, what we're going to do, we are going to discuss that question, that particular question. For group 1, you discuss question number 1. For group 2, question number 2, and so on and so forth. So you discuss that question as a group, come up with the responses, and after you've come up with the responses, we're then going to a plenary where we're going to present those findings. It is my hope that we'll be able to capture those findings and discuss in the plenary as we move forward, so that we can help to refresh on what we learned last time. As you can see, those questions are touching on almost all the areas that we touched on during our face-to-face. Okay, so I would like to request our ICT team to form the specific groups that we're going to work in. And remember what I've just told you. Once you get the group, unmute yourselves and you start the discussions. Identify your leaders, and then you start discussing. Let's hear a very interactive discussions within the groups. We'll be visiting all the groups to hear how you're carrying out the discussions. And then after that, then once you come back to the plenary, we'll have the secretaries presenting on behalf of the group. Thank you. Okay, we'll have the questions posted on the chat. So if you cannot be able to access the document, then you can also access the chat. That tells us that even when we are integrating ICT in teaching and learning, you need to have alternatives. You need to have alternative measures so that if one measure fails, then you can move on to the next option. So we are going to have the discussion on the chat, and we're also going to have the discussion on the document that have been attached, which you can access, which you can click on and access the questions. And once you access the questions, then you go direct to your question as per your group. Once you've been divided into groups, and then you attend to that particular question that have been posed to the group. Okay. I can see our ICT team are working to post those questions so that we can be able to access the question. We took 10 minutes.
Yes.
10 minutes. We are going to take 10 minutes for the discussion. Then you come back for the plenary. Remember, we will be taken back to the plenary automatically. So you need to discuss very fast, so that you can come up with the presentations before you are taken back to the plenary. Let us hear members discussing and giving their ideas. Really, there'll be 5 groups. Okay, we can go now.
Henry, if you see a pop-up at your screen, join your respective group. If you see a pop-up at your screen, just join your respective group.
Okay, meeting room number 5. Meeting room number 5. Please commence the discussion. I can see Sarim Juma, Uba Sarim,
Amita, ¿usted qué sabe? ¿Te preguntan ahí? ¿Usted qué sabe? ¿Usted qué te preguntan ahí? Why they qué sabe? Leave para que sabe que te preguntan ahí. أنا ما أعرف أسوق لك شو كذي. هذا السيك أنا أقول أسوق منه. ما نوجد. موجود. ورأينا نيروبي ليست. Wanito akan dibek. Beta wanin ka ima. Daro leri. Bas moto ma sayu tagabi sari acca sari ora ke sawatan. Bas ora ke sabah ilma ini fasina ayu ko mamla fi ankan. Hagu biya kan. Ilma ke kagala are ke ni sabe. Kabom barra ka sabihi to ko proke kan afri. Lama ma ta da sana jaha. Orkun jahani dika ka dani. Katandu. Wadda kun da kan billani. Kala acca da sai dole da 17 or 18. Tagafu mona ni sho acca da ta. Da yego shi ne. Sixty was okay. 17. Ada kasi dida. Dida mi subda wa kaswa se wali boke do kale ke disa. Wali am ro ka beta. Tagarna da tarifi. Lama na tira su sadi. Sadi le bombar na ke da. Ya sunja. Duma ojalu sade su ni walti samne. Sade su ke sa sade an to ka sade su. Kabok ke da. Sade no de. Sade no de. An war lama da war sade da kare to ko ka sorbe. War kan kare ga sade war gulo man. To ko ci amma ga ku kamita. Aku sana. Ya sudah kena. Ada ekonomi. Ada wakan kesa bahar. Wala seguro. Katakan. Abida. Arab di mana kita? Ya mau nggak ada kan salah. Ya bisa aja kita gabus aja. Ya nanti kan. Bisa gabus, bisa.
Hadija, mute, please. Hadija, mute.
Welcome back. Welcome back from the our breakout rooms. Thank you for the discussion that were going on. I was able to visit several. I could hear a lot of very constructive discussions were going on. We are going to move in this order. We are going to have first we have group 1, then group 3, group 5, group 2, and then finally we have group 4. That's the order of presentation. So group number 1, you can take up the floor, present to us what you discuss in your room. Group 1 secretary.
Madam Phyllis, please. Madam Phyllis, please take us through what we had. Though the time was very short, there were a lot of echoes.
Okay, thank you, Chair. For Group 1, we were dealing with the concept of ICT in learning. We had two parts of this question. We were looking first at how ICT enhances learning, and this is some of the points that we came up with. Number one, it makes learning real. It makes access to information by learners very easy, both learners and teachers, through the use of internet. It is also very interactive and engaging. And then it enhances the collaboration and communication, which equally enhances networking. And then we said it makes assessment and feedback very efficient, especially for programs that a learner engages and they get the feedback there and then. And then we also agreed that it supports administration and encourages lifelong learning opportunities where even teachers can keep on learning. For the second part of this task, we were supposed to look at the key challenges in adopting effective ICT in learning. One of the challenges was technophobia that affects both teachers and learners. And then we also picked high costs, especially when it comes to the internet and the gadgets. And then in some areas, poor internet connectivity, cybersecurity and privacy concerns. And then lastly, for the learners, we identified inappropriate content might also be a challenge to learning. Thank you.
Thank you, Phyllis. Thank you, Phyllis, for leading Group 1 in presenting their discussion. I think we need to appreciate that group. We need to appreciate, they have done a good job. Hadija Osman, please mute yourself. Okay, let's appreciate this group. Let's appreciate them. Let's go to the reactions and give them one hearty clap. You know how we clap digitally, right? Let's give them a hearty clap. They've had a very interesting discussion. They've discussed how ICT integration enhances the learning process. I have had very interesting points. They've talked about interactivity, how ICT makes learning interactive, how it enhances collaboration and communication, which is a key aspect of CBE. That's very nice. That's very good, Joyce. I mean, Phyllis and in your group. That discussion is very fruitful. We can learn a lot from that group. We have kind of summed up our discussion on ICT integration, the concept of ICT integration, and now we understand. Now, the most important bit of that discussion was on challenges. That they have talked about technophobia, cybersecurity, internet connectivity issues, and we need to ask ourselves then, after we have identified these challenges, how can we overcome these challenges? As school leaders, how can we overcome these challenges? Because we are not just about mentioning the challenges. We need to ask ourselves, we need to go deeper into the discussion and ask ourselves, how can we overcome these challenges? For example, how can we overcome cybersecurity issues? How can we make our systems secure so that our stakeholders can feel secure using our systems? How do we tackle the issue of technophobia, for instance? How do we make our learners appreciative, accept, to accept ICT? How do we eradicate that fear to use technology, whether it's the gadgets or the applications? So we need to go beyond that interrogation and ask ourselves further how we can be able to how we can overcome those challenges, so that once we come up with solutions, then we can be on our way to impacting teaching and learning. Let's then move on to group number 3. Group number 3, please. Group number 3 secretary, come on board. Unmute yourself. They were discussing roles of teachers and school leaders in ICT integration in the learning environment. Oh, sorry, group number 3. Group number 3, sorry. Group number 3.
I think that was group number 2.
No, that was number 2, sorry. That was number 2. Okay, Susan
Okay,
Olo, you'll go ahead.
Okay, my name is Susan Olo from Mombasa Kisauni. The secretary of Group 2, and we were discussing the roles of teachers and school leaders in ICT integration in the learning environment. So among the roles that we discussed was 1, to avail the tools for ICT. Number 2, mobilize resources to buy the ICT devices and any other resources that are needed within the school. Number 3, make sure teachers are inducted on the use of ICT devices. Number 4, train learners on how to use the ICT devices. Use devices in class to make learning real, that is by the teachers. Make use, make sure that the ICT devices are available and any other thing that is needed like electricity and Wi-Fi. Help in service the teachers, provision of internet to enhance the use of ICT in the school, ensure that the devices are safe and in good condition, to create enabling environment for ICT integration, ensure that learners are safe when using the online tools, then demystify technophobia among teachers and learners by conducting continuous training. That is what we discussed.
Thank you, Susan. I can hear that you had a very productive discussion. That is basically what school leaders need to do. We need to be able to read. You are key instructional leaders, and therefore we need to make sure that our ICT acumen is top notch. Because you can't read if you are not, you yourself, you're not a tech savvy. Not that you be a tech expert, but you need to be aware on how to utilize ICT in the classroom. Remember, as a leader, you need to understand first how to apply, then you can lead others in that direction. Thank you so much, Susan and group. We can appreciate them. Let's appreciate them using the clap emoji. Let's appreciate them. Let's appreciate them. You can also appreciate yourselves. You have done a good job. Give yourself a pat on the back. Thank you. I hope we have learned a lot from this group also on how we can, us as teachers and school leaders, we can utilize ICT in teaching and learning. Thank you so much. Now, group number 3 now. Move on to group number 3. That was group number 2. Group number 3, they are talking about ICT tools and adaptive technologies that support inclusive learning in schools. Now we are talking matters inclusivity. Let's move on. Group number 3. Susan, you can mute yourself. We can see you are muted. You are muted. Okay, thank you. Group number 3. Group 3. Is someone talking? I can't hear anything. Group number 3, the ones who are discussing adaptive technologies. ICT tools and adaptive technologies that support inclusive learning in schools. Okay, as group number 3 prepares, we can move on to group number 4. Group number 4. We'll be coming back to group number 3. Group number 4.
Group number 4, I'm ready.
Go ahead, Faith.
Yeah, I'm Faith Asuba or Faith Ongeri from Mombasa, Jomvu sub-county, where we were discussing the online threats to learners. And also, we were also to look at the effective strategies that can be used to prevent or mitigate them. So I start with the threats, whereby we discussed and came up with the number 1, cyberbullying, whereby we said that cyberbullying, it involves whereby there is electronic communication to bully or the learners are harassed. And we came up with inappropriate content. Inappropriate content, we found out that this is where learners are exposed to harmful or unsuitable materials, that is online. The third one was about the viruses. Viruses, sometimes you find out that learners, their softwares are damaged and disrupted, or the computer systems. We also came up with the identity theft. Sometimes you find that there is someone who steals our learners' information or personal information, which can also lead to fraudulent purposes or for fraudulent purposes. So the other one, we also looked at the strategies. Now I want to go to the strategies, whereby we said for cyberbullying, we can come up with the security measures whereby learners are able to come up with the passwords, strong passwords that are going to protect their communication materials. That is, for example, the computers, the laptops, and whatever. We also said that learners are supposed to be educated about the online safety, whereby they are able to protect themselves and know when to use the internet or when they should be online and whom they should be communicating to, and majorly the main purposes of using that is the ICT tools. Then we talked about network security. Under network security, we found out that the security Wi-Fi network should be strong, at least to enable learners be able even to identify those people who usually interfere with their system. The other one, we can also promote ethical use, whereby we educate our learners about the responsible use of for example, the AI tools, including avoiding sharing personal information. Then we have the regular updates, that their systems are supposed to be updated regularly to avoid viruses, which we had also talked about as one of the threats, or malware. Then the last one I can talk about, we also need to have parental involvement. Parental involvement we need to encourage our parents to get involved whenever our learners are using ICT. Then we can also talk about monitoring and reporting, which we implement the systems on how they can be able to use, whenever they are using ICT, they can be able to monitor their online activities. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Faith, for that, for the deliberations you had in your group. You have discussed very, very important issues about ICT, online safety, and security measures. These are very, very, very important area, because we don't just focus on how to use these tools in teaching and learning. Let's also go about discussing about safety, because as we are aware, safety is key. You saw the other day the Tanzanian police being infiltrated by hackers. We don't want that to happen to our schools on our learning applications. We would wish to have very secure systems. So the strategies you've suggested are very key. You've learned a lot from each other, and you're also teaching other members in this discussion about the strategies that they can adopt to ensure that their learners or their stakeholders, parents, teachers, learners, they're all safeguarded against major insecure issues about that happen online. You've mentioned very well about about educating learners. This is very key, educating learners, and not just learners, all our stakeholders, all our stakeholders. We need to educate them so that they can make use of the resources in the most appropriate way. Now, there is something you mentioned about parental involvement. This is very important. We need to bring our parents on board. Let us not just use our ICT with the learners. We need to bring our parents on board so they can know what is happening in school. They can know how our learners are engaging with the ICT tools, so that even when they are at home, they can also impress on the learners on issues of security, issues of safe use of online tools, and so on and so forth. So it's also upon us to remember to educate our parents. That's very key. Let us give group number 4 a big clap. They've really educated us on matters online safety. Let us give them an applause using appropriate emojis. You can give them thumbs up. You can clap for them. Yeah, that's how online teaching is. You can embrace all manner of tools. Group number 3, Mukotiari, are you ready? We go back to you. Group number 3. Okay, group number 5 then.
On group number 3.
That's James Wanyama.
Yeah, this is James Wanyama. The discussion was not that much. It was not that much interactive, but we also cut with the time because it took us time to organize ourselves. But I will just volunteer to say something on half of the group. So we were handling the first question. Group ICT
leadership,
tools.
James. Go ahead.
Sure. The first question was to do with the ICT tools that can be used to make education more accessible, especially for the learners with the disabilities. And this one was when we identify these tools, we talk about the reading sounds, the brailles, especially for the ones who are blind. We can talk about the audiobooks, the screen identifiers, the speech recognition softwares, and text-to-text speeches, among others. And this one's, I think, it's categorically for learners and with different disabilities, challenges. Briefly, if I was to talk about the adaptive technologies that can be used to create a more interactive experience, first of all, I would start by wanting to explain what adaptive technology is. And this is a broad category that includes anything that can help a learner with the disabilities to access information and participate actively and independently in whichever environment they are. And here we can talk about those ones that can be used in terms of mobility. For example, the wheelchairs, and this is for the lame people, learners who are not able to walk. They can use wheelchairs to the places where learning is taking place. We have, for example, also the limbs the prosthetic limbs and walkers. This one also can help those ones who are not able to walk to the areas where learning is taking place. We also have those ones for like text-to-speech. For those ones who have a problem with hearing, they can use those ones. We have the screen magnification softwares, where those ones who have a problem with seeing can see now the text can be magnified for them to be able to see properly. We have graphic organizers again, and also we also have things like the adaptive utensils, especially when we're talking about those ones who are is it lame or maybe disability in terms of their hands. We can use the adaptive utensils, dressing aids for those ones who do not have, for example, hands, or maybe who have one hand, and also home modifications like the ramps and the grab bars, among others. Maybe I would just stop at that point because there are much more that we would have discussed, but because of what I just explained, I would like to stop at that point.
Thank you, James. Thank you, James. Thank you for that elaboration. I think, James, you've taken up leadership very well and saved your group in that discussion. And you've brought out the issues very well. You've given us a glimpse on the adaptive technologies that can be used to help in making our classrooms more, more inclusive. Have a more inclusive environment in our classrooms. That is very good. You've talked about some apps like speech to text, even text to speech that can be used to make learners who are able differently be able to participate in our classrooms. This is the beauty of technology. Bringing in inclusivity so that our learners can be able to learn irrespective, despite the challenges that they could be experiencing. Thank you so much. In the interest of time, I would like us to applaud this group. Let's applaud them, and then we move on to group number 5, who will give us the closing speech on matters. Group number 5.
Okay.
Where are you?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I'm presenting on number 5.
Yes.
I'm Nicholas Oku, Mombasa County, in Vita County. In our discussion in group number 5, we looked at some of the online tools that can be used to support effective teaching and learning as per the question. So we came up with the following deliberation in our groups. We talked about the Microsoft Teams. That is, the Microsoft Teams is an app that we can use. Especially, we first of all need to create an account with that is Microsoft, either through the Outlook.com. Once we have created an email, or we can also use the Teachers Service Commission email, whereby they created for all the teachers. That is, we have the TSC email, whereby it is mwalimu@tsc.go.ke, and it has your name. So once you have that account, you can be able to access the Microsoft Teams. So Teams as an app is enabling the teacher even to make presentation. We can also do presentation maybe for teachers, and that is capacity building through the Microsoft Teams. During the Corona period, we could also make use of the Microsoft Teams to advance teaching and learning for our learners who are at home. And also, we used to get teaching and learning from the Teacher Service Commission through the same app, whereby once you join, you get a link, join, and then you are able to interact using the team. So the team can enable us to advance our teaching and learning. And then we also discussed about the Khan app, the Khan Academy app, whereby you just go online, or you go to the Google Play Store or the App Store, then you search for Khan Academy, and then you create an account. Once you create an account, you are able to access the online materials that support teaching and learning on the Khan app. So Khan is an app for the other Khan. So we have materials for learners who are maybe in the CP1 and CP2. Then we have for the early years education. Then we have also for the middle school, as well as for the senior school. So as teachers and as lead educators in our institution, we can make use of that app to enhance effective teaching and learning for our teachers and even for the learners at school. Then we talked about the Copilot as an AI tool of the Microsoft Teams. So this is just like the ChatGPT. So Copilot, ChatGPT, you can even create interactive notes for the learners, so that you just search for a particular strand or a topic or a strand, and then you get notes, you generate notes which are AI, you ensure that they are relevant for the class that you're teaching. You ensure that you prompt it by using the correct word and exactly the specific, so that you ensure you get exactly what is relevant for that curriculum you are doing, or even what is relevant for this competency-based education in our schools. So once you create maybe like notes, you ensure those notes are relevant for the learners, then you can share them with the learners. The learners can interact with them. You can make learning interactive. So the chat GPT also, we say we can use it as teachers even to get more materials, like you prompt it using the right word. You can get any material that you need. It can also help you to even do a letter. You can do any kind of material that is relevant for teaching and learning in our classes, and to advance our own skills. If we are doing research, if you are doing action research, you can prompt using the Copilot and the ChatGPT to get materials that are relevant for our literature review and relevant even to advance our body and content of the research item that we are doing. Then we looked at Google Classroom as another app. So the Google Classroom, you just go to the apps store, that is you install, you download, you install and you download that app. Once you do that, you are able to interact with the app. Now, as you interact with the app, you can teach your class using the Google Classroom app. You can teach your class, you ensure that the members of the class join. They can join using a code. Then we also talked about the use of the nearpod, which is being used by you who are presenting today. So we can have the nearpod and they use it to make interactive slide show. Then we present using that slideshow using the nearpod. So the nearpod, what we'll do, will ensure that you go to the www.nearpod.com, you create an account using either your email, which could be preferable Google Mail, or even the Outlook.com mail. Then once you create that account, you are able as a teacher to present your lessons to the learners. Then you share with the learners using a code. They use a code to join that particular class that you are presenting. Then we also have the Zoom, which we are using today, is also an application we can use to make teaching and learning effective. Zoom, you just have to download it. Once you download it, you join using your email, then you create that Zoom account that you have, and you can be able to present a lesson. For example, you can use the Zoom as we are presenting our lessons in class with our learners, especially in the junior school, but not only those learners in junior school, but we can also use it for our middle school, and even we can make the learners in the early years education also to enjoy all these particular applications. So all these applications, if you use the Zoom, once you are presenting your lesson in class, maybe you can share even with the parents, and then the learners can join using the parents' phone, and then you present a lesson while you are at home. You can present it to the learners who are at their own home. So it breaks the barrier of distance. It breaks that nearness. We don't need to have a classroom per se, whereby the teacher is in a classroom session with the learner. The learners can be out of school, but they can still learn using the Zoom app. So on the Zoom app also, we have the AI tools component, which can also still enable us teachers to create some interactive content which can make the lesson and learning effective. Then we talked about the use of Cohort. We will just create an account using the www.cohort.com. Once you create an account, you share with the class or the learners the code they join. Cohort is an interactive game app whereby now you can pose a question, maybe you can pose a question on that Cohort. Then once the learners have joined using the code, they can interact with the question and then give their views or responses. Then the more the responses are generated, you can also create a gaming app with the same Cohort, whereby the learner who emerges victorious now becomes the one who is up on that ladder of the response that are being presented by a particular person. Then you can get even, you can generate different things that can enable you to gauge your learners and their responses, and as they get the badges in the Kahoot, because it is a gaming app, it is motivating your members of the class, that is the learners that were interacting with that session you present. Thank you.
Okay.
That is.
Thank you, Nicholas. You can give Nicholas and group a big thumbs up. They've done a good job. Good work, Nicholas. Good work, Nicholas. Thank you for what you've discussed with your group, and that was very, very productive, more than even what we expected. We have learned a lot about all these types of online resources that you are making use of. And I can see Nicholas is acting like an ICT champion, in my view. You have a lot of resources. I remember when you're discussing that group, I'm privy to your discussions. You eventually ended up being the secretary by virtue of your knowledge in that subject. So thank you so much, Nicholas and group, for your deliberations. Now, in the interest of time, we have had quite a lot in that bit of discussion. You can extend the discussion even after this, so that we can continue learning. I would wish us to move then into the extended learning activity now in the interest of time, because we are supposed to waiting up by now. We just look at the extended learning activity briefly, then we can close the discussion. Now, this is where we are supposed to have an e-portfolio. We are supposed to present an e-portfolio. And we are asking ourselves, what is happening? What is happening in as far as our e-portfolios are concerned? We would wish to know how we can support you, because very few of you have presented credible e-portfolio. I just want to challenge you this morning that you bring forth your challenges so that we can be able to help you even deliver on the e-portfolio. Now, remember, with the e-portfolio, for you to make it a learning activity that can help you in gaining knowledge and skills in your various areas of your leadership, you need to create an e-portfolio that talks to whoever looks at it. First of all, as you present your artifacts, ensure that these artifacts are appealing to the eye. Make use of the rubric that we gave you. Ensure that the artifacts are well titled, so that once I look at the artifact, I can tell what it represents. Number two, ensure that the artifact is well described. What does it represent? What stage of your leadership, did that particular artifact represent? When was it generated? Was it during a meeting? Was it during some ICT activities? Was it about learners making use of ICT, and so on and so forth? And then the most important bit, one of the most important bit of the portfolio is the reflective bit, where you express your feelings, your learnings about that artifact. What did you learn as learners while using ICT in the ICT lab? What are you learning as a school leader? What did you learn when you saw your teachers utilizing ICT in teaching and learning? The reflective bit is quite important. This is where you also look at what worked during that session, what worked, and also you look at what did not work so well, so that you can improve practice in future. But we'll continue exploring e-portfolio in every session. During the review, during the preview tomorrow, we'll continue exploring e-portfolio tasks and see how we can be able to present better e-portfolio going forward. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, we would wish to we wish to conclude this discussion, and we cannot emphasize enough the fact that ICT, use of ICT, is here with us. We are talking about use of ChatGPT, use of Copilot. We may not run away from, we cannot run away from such technologies. They are used in education. Now, what we need to learn is how can we make use of those tools in a productive and better manner? It's up to you as co-leaders to explore the use of ICT in teaching and learning and make use of these ICT tools in the most appropriate manner so that we can enhance teaching and learning in our schools. Thank you so much for your contributions. Thank you so much for being my co-presenters in this discussion. And I wish you well as you move on with the other presentations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tangate, for taking us through the review of ICT integration. Colleagues, we can appreciate him through messages by reacting, using the emojis and all that. Let's appreciate him. Let's appreciate him. It is now 10:34, and we will want to break for take a health break for the next 25 minutes. And so we pray that don't log out, just take your break. And then we resume at exactly 10:55, please, so that we manage time very well. So let's appreciate him, please. So we are taking a health break from 10:35 to 10:55. That is 20 minutes. Let's take the break, but don't exit the meeting. Let's remain the meeting. Just take a very brief meeting. I can see Helen saying she didn't introduce herself. Please, you can now do in the chat box. We will appreciate to know you more if you are free to do that. But we are taking a health break for 20 minutes. Please, from now, let's return at 10:55 so that we can review unit number 2, which is on curriculum implementation. Thank you all, and enjoy your health break. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have we gone for break? Or what's it? When are we coming back?
So one thing I like, because we are being trained how to use these apps, so it is for us to embrace it. But to me, I see it is a wonderful one, because we have to embrace technology. Whether we like it or not, we are living in the world of technology. The approach of app-based is okay because we are living in a technology world. You cannot run from technology. So one thing I like, because we are being trained how to use these apps, so it is for us to embrace it. And to me, I see it is a wonderful one, because we have to embrace technology, whether you like it or not. We are living in the world of technology. The approach of app-based is okay because we are living in a technology world. You cannot run from technology. So one thing I like, because we are being trained how to use these apps, so it is for us to embrace it. And to me, I see it is a wonderful one, because we have to embrace technology, whether you like it or not. We are living in the world of technology.
the challenges that mostly are found in schools, you will find that there is teacher shortage. There is also lack of infrastructure. Mostly those two affect the school setup. And before we even OTSC send some teachers to our schools, we use the primary school teachers to teach those learners in the junior schools. Now, when they came, still we found that they are not enough. They are not adequate to teach those lessons or the learners. And therefore, what we also do, you find that we have now to take some teachers from the primary level so that they can assist them. As we know, most of the schools right now, possibly if they have many teachers, they may only be 3. Like my school, I only have three teachers. And looking at the number of subjects that they're supposed to be taught, that is why now you have to take those teachers from the primary level so that they can assist in those areas. Now, when we come to the lack of infrastructure, like we may not be having enough, or the government has not yet built up to now some classes. So we normally use those classes that they used previously when they were in primary, so that they can learn from there. And then since they are in junior school, we expect them to be sitting on lockers. But since up to now we don't have enough funds to buy those lockers, that is why we make them use those basics that they used in the primary section. When it comes to lack of laboratories, that is where now we take them to the nearby schools, secondary schools, so that they can at least learn some of those areas that need some laboratories.
One of the major challenges I'm facing is on human resource. Like as for now, I have 2 grades, grades 7 and 8, with only 3 teachers. And these teachers take specific subject. So you realize that some of the subjects are not catered for.
One big challenge is understaffing, which we have tried to solve it by taking up qualified teachers from the primary level to take up some subjects in the JSS. And in terms of ICT, we tried to provide some tools, make sure they are available, giving the teachers bundles, making sure we maintain those tools so that they'll be able to teach efficiently. This training is very important at this level because we are getting a lot of information that we are not sure of, and it has come at the right time because it's going to make us better, more effective leaders than we were before. And because of the new technology that's coming in, we believe we are going to get to be stronger and be able to monitor the curriculum implementation well in our institutions.
I appreciate the organizers came in VUB. It's a very wonderful training. It will help me as a leader to become an efficient leader. Because from here I'll go and cascade what I have learned first of all to my teachers and also to my fellow head teachers in my zone. So to me it is a wonderful training.
Training is important, and especially to us school leaders, because we have to lead by example. So in CBC implementation, it is us to lead the other teachers. So we need to get the right knowledge, we need to get the right skills. Even the attitude we had before needs to be changed so that we are able now to impart the right knowledge and skills to the teachers. When we acquire this knowledge also, it will help us to know what the approaches we are going to use to ensure that now the program succeeds, because definitely it has to succeed. So we need to assist the teachers. We also need to assist the parents, because it is us they rely on. In most cases, they tell us, it is you to tell us, it is you to guide us on what we are supposed to do as parents. So we need to get the right knowledge, skills, and also change of attitude.
I feel very strongly that these trainings, for example, the one we have with you, the increase program, is making us be very innovative. It is going to address my weaknesses. Really passionate on the ICT aspect, because we have realized that Kenya is on the 21st century skills, and our learners need also to have these skills.
So we want to focus on digital literacy for learning. So here, the key word here that as we discuss this is for learning. Because if you look at ESL, we are focusing on school leadership for effective teaching, and so you as a head, as a lead of that particular school, how effective are you when it comes to digital literacy? And if you're effective enough in that school, how effective are your teachers? Because if you are the teacher number one, you are the driver of the whole school. So if it finds that, like Martin was talking about having a feature phone, Mulika Mwizi. How many of us have got Mulika Mwizi? Katalia too? Two, eh? You still have them. How many of us, you can find the city has said information on the wall, alafu nasema siku nimefungua data. Oh, ama moto ilikuwa imeisha. And you know, you're the CEO of that. Na hauna nini? Hauna data. You know, I put a very different question. Supposing you are in a vehicle where in Nairobi, or even forget to put fuel in the vehicle. Na mafuta imeisha na ni saa 9 ya usiku. Utasema nini? Can happen, isn't it? Now, if you are the head of school, hauna data, hauna fuel, hauna moto kwa simu.
Because, ladies and gentlemen, the reason why we are giving you this, it's because we want you to go and help your teachers to interpret. Up to now, we are having so many teachers who have challenges in the interpretation of curriculum designs. And as we say, if they are not able to interpret the curriculum designs, they will have the wrong schemes of work. They will have the wrong lesson plans. They will have the wrong lesson notes. You know, everything will just be a mess, isn't it? So the reason why we want you to know all these things is because we want you to go and facilitate those teachers as they implement the curriculum. I know even there's some of you here who are also teachers. You have some learning areas that you are teaching, isn't it? So that is all what you want. You go through, then from there we take you through the professional documents. In CBC, how many professional documents are we looking at? Some of those approaches that we have been told to adopt are learner-centered. We are getting away from a teacher-centered lesson to a learner-centered lesson.
ile kitu yenye nafanya tunaongea mambo mingi ni CBC implementation. Hii story tunapiga yote hii suite tunaitisha hiyo notebook is focusing on how we can implement the competence based curriculum. Then we went further and said there's another unit, and you call unit what? 3. About how to make this child walk. Aidha utamweka karibu na ukuta, asimamie kwa ukuta kwanza, si ndio? Akishazoea kusimama, unashika yeye mkono, mnatembea. Anaona utamu wa kutembea. No, as you walk at support. Through putting the hand or even holding something good na amesimama, unapokuja uchukue, si ndio? They move toward that direction. So this child do well. Now, how do we support this child to be able to walk? Support programs around that particular child. That is basically what. Now, you have area. It seems we have a problem because the other things are just enablers. What you are doing from now, just enablers to make us be effective. Hello? So we want to appreciate that, but I'm still just worried. This question when we came here first. Why do you think you came here when you were invited? Because when you go back, they'll ask you, ulienda kufanya? What was it? It's a bad question. No, it's a bad one. But why do you were invited? Why did you were invited, and not your neighbor? Kuna wale wanatamani ungekuwa ni hao ndio wamekuja. Sasa ile mlienda kwa mkutano jana, kaambia sisi tuko na ingine huko. And some of you also gave leakage M vitamin, si ndio? Nasema huko M vitamin ni mzuri bwana. Unajua bila pesa wewe si mtu sasa zingine pesa. When you are empowered, it's better. So, what made you come? Was it that M vitamin? That's just an enabler, isn't it? What made us come? Am I talking to you? Niongeke gusi. Ama Kijaluo, ama Kiluya. My brother, what brought you here? Yes? Being the best to implement CBC. Do you have any leader who is not the best? If we were moved in Nyamira, if you ask every head teacher in a school, will they tell you whether they're the best or the worst? Will they say I'm the worst head teacher? No, I'm the best. Even if the school is last, I'm the best what?
As you see, most of the managers were advanced in age. So we are trying to catch up with the technology, and we have really tried. So when it comes to learning also, there are applications that we are going to use. There is a way we are going to navigate now to get to our modules.
The school leaders, especially some of them, they are not, they don't have the skills in ICT, especially when we see they go out, they go to cyber cafe where most of the documents of most of the secret documents are placed in cyber, which is not good. But I think after this training, the teachers will be more equipped with skills and techniques on how to handle ICT, as most of them, they are not computer compliance.
People have not been out to go and take because they believe they'll be separated from family or something like that, so they are shying away from taking leadership roles.
Hello? Hello, are we back? Good morning.
Good morning. We are back. We are back.
Thank you very much. Welcome, and I want to request all of us to mute so that we can go together. Please, can you mute Martin, Luganje, and all the rest? Please, can you mute? Yes, can you mute, please, Martin? Martin, please. Martin, please, and the rest who are not muted, please. Can you mute? I've muted you now, Martin. Thank you. Now I think there's no background noise. Colleagues, are we together? Good, thank you. So, colleagues, we have looked at unit number 1, that is ICT integration. And also, we have also considered your request to go for prayers at 12:30 and then come back. But in our feeling, we are feeling that if you allow us to go up to 12:40, then we can go for lunch for prayers as we go for good, then we meet tomorrow. If you are of the same opinion, please, you can say yes, then we agree on that. So I'll take 50 minutes. The next session takes 50 minutes. And then we break at 12:40 for lunch and until now tomorrow. If you agree to the same, please just say that in the chat box here. So we are looking at the review of unit number 2, which is the interpretation of the basic education curriculum. The interpretation of the curriculum implementation. The review of unit 2, which is on the review of curriculum implementation support, which of course you understand that you being the school leaders, you play a very key role in terms of supporting your colleagues and the teachers in terms of implementing the basic curriculum. And so in this unit, I know we have covered a lot of things over the last 2 to 3 months when you were going through it. And you are meant to look at number 1, the basic education curriculum framework, you are meant to consider the basic education curriculum frameworks. And in this case, I'm reminded of the current curriculum that we're implementing called the competency-based education curriculum, which of course, you know, it is shifting from the 844, and now we're in the CBE. So we are talking about the vision of the current curriculum. Please, you can put in the chat box here, what is the vision of the basic education curriculum? And also, you can also put the mission there, which of course, all of us know. We are talking about the mission of nurturing every learner's potential. And then we have the pillars to the same curriculum here. And one of the pillars is on the values that this curriculum intends, or education system intends the learners to develop by the end of their different levels that they are learning. And values, we are reminded, please can you chat in the box, in the chat box, please, the values of the basic education curriculum. We have the value of what? The value of love, the value of integrity, the value of respect, the value of responsibility, the value of being patriotic to our nation, the unity, peace, and so on and so forth. We also know that we have the guiding principles of the curriculum, the principle, for example, of excellence, the principle of opportunity, and even the community service learning. Then we also have how the curriculum is also what? Organized. And again, here we are looking at the organization in terms of either the age-based or the stage-based pathways. And of course, majority of us here are familiar with the age-based organization. We begin from the pre-primary, primary, and we have the junior school, we have the senior school, and then we go now to tertiary and university education, and then we prepare our learners now to join the world of work. And from there again, we are aware of the learning areas in different levels, in the primary level, in the junior school level, in the senior school level. You know the various learning areas that are meant to be studied here. Then also you've been able to look at the interpretation of the curriculum designs. And of course, this is dependent on the learning area that we are focusing on here. So you are aware of the components of the various curriculum designs in your various levels, because I know that we come from different schools, but of course we're implementing the same curriculum. And of course, we should be able to interpret the various curriculum designs at junior school level. Then the application of the transformative learner-centered pedagogies. This again, I know should be part of your strength. And also next, looking at the utilization of the assessment results for decision making. And lastly, you're looking at how can the school leaders, and the more so the heads of institutions, help in supporting the implementation of the competency-based education and competency-based assessment. That is, what are your roles in relation to the implementation of the competency-based education and the competency-based assessment? So how to look at that then? We move on to the next slide. And it is important that we discuss this openly in this platform in the next 5 minutes, 10 minutes, please, on the higher side, 5 minutes, 10 minutes maximum. Because as school leaders, we have been implementing this curriculum framework for the last 9 years. And probably you have been faced with a number of challenges. So my question to us is that as a school leader, what are some of the challenges that you have been facing as instructional leaders in the implementation of the competency-based education system? As school leaders, what are some of the challenges that you have been facing as we implement the competency-based education system? Remember, we are coming from the 844 and now we are in the CBE. What are the challenges that you have been facing? Please, you can put our points here so we can discuss them together. The challenges that you have been facing in the implementation of the competency-based education. Over to you. Please go to the chat box and just put your point there. Then I'll give only two of us chance to make a few remarks. Thank you. Thank you. Some share the file. Thank you, Sam, for sharing the link to this one here, to this unit here. Good, thank you. I can see them coming. And I can see them coming, see them coming. Please, can we all participate? I want to see at least 45 responses in the chat box. At least 45 responses, please. I'm hoping to see them come. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And as they keep on coming, Madam Rebecca is just going to take us through just the reading of the points that we are putting in the chat box. Go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. So, Masere is talking about lack of adequate teaching and learning resources. And then delay in textbook supply. Someone else is saying that being unable to access curriculum design is one of the challenges that we are facing. Parent is talking about resources and general inadequate funds, lack of reference materials, teaching and learning materials not readily available, especially textbooks, unpreparedness from the ministry, inadequate learning resources, random change in CBE, inadequate learning resources, costing and infrastructure. Somebody has listed many points. Inadequate resources is coming out openly. Insufficient textbooks, financial constraints, lack of ICT devices, lack of skilled manpower. The teachers were not well prepared for CBC, and the changes, lack of personnel. They are quite a number. Some teachers still on 844 teaching methodologies and cost implications to parents due to a lot of plastic costs. Yes, those are the points that we are saying.
Thank you, Madam Rebecca, for taking us through that. Thank you. So the points are so many, the challenges that we have been facing when it comes to the implementation of the competency-based education. And many of us have spoken about many points here. And just to look at them, of course, we are talking about, somebody has mentioned maybe the lack or inadequate teacher capacity. And of course, remember that we are gathering here school leaders. And of course, as we face the challenges here, we should be thinking about how can you overcome these challenges? Because as school leaders, we can organize, for example, capacity building, what may be forums whereby our teachers have the capacity being built by either colleagues or by other specialized, maybe people who are experienced in this area. Somebody has mentioned inadequate resources, that's the resource constraint. Resource constraint. Yes, so here we are talking about some of our schools are unable to access all the resources. Yes, we are talking about reference materials, and as school leaders, it is our duty so that we are able to acquire these resources to facilitate the implementation of the curriculum designs, the curriculum in our schools. Previous slide, please. Yes, the question. We also have points, for example, somebody has talked about the delay in textbooks. Somebody has talked about the parental awareness and even involvement. Somebody has mentioned, previous slide, please. Thank you. Lack of parental awareness and involvement. Somebody has talked about the issue of limited ICT integration. Remember, our first topic, we are talking about the ICT integration. And it's important that as school leaders, we take lead in ensuring that we integrate ICT in learning and teaching in our schools. Cassius Ogola has mentioned the point on inadequate finances to run the programs, like rationalized textbooks making expensive for school and parents in private schools, government is giving very little funds, and so on and so forth. Then we have mentioned maybe the challenges with assessment and reporting challenges. That also becomes a challenge in terms of implementation of the curriculum. Yes, so we are looking at the challenges that we are facing in implementing CBC. So the points are so many, and we can be able to discuss them. Maybe just to give one of us chance to speak, just to explain further. Let me see who wants to talk here. Can Joyce Quirega talk, please? Just to share briefly on the challenges. Or anyone who's ready, one person only, please. I want to hear from you.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning, go ahead. Thank you.
Yes, I've indicated that the government is giving very little funds to administrators to support learning, like internet connectivity, availing the resources that are not being given by the government. Also, I've also said inadequate teachers and negative attitudes by JSS teachers. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that. And of course, as we look at the challenges, also as school leaders, you need to help us overcome these challenges here by coming up with the strategies that can help us overcome this. So even as the government gives inadequate money, you remember that as school leaders, we also have the duty to mobilize more resources for the schools. And therefore, we need to ensure that we plan for that money and also be able to mobilize for more so that we are able to effectively implement the competency-based education. And so we go to the next slide where we want to look at a few questions, and we want to divide us into three groups, group 1, group 2, and group 3. So please, just like in the previous case, you will appoint your chairperson and then discuss within a maximum of 10 minutes so that we come back to plenary and present our discussions in the plenary. So we want to go to a breakout groups, please, and ensure that you have a chair and take minutes so that you can present by the end of the discussion. So we go to our groups in the next 1 minute.
I'm going to talk about resilience for life in school. The same positive anchoring is also important because we are sure when we inform everyone to put on the screen.
So breakout rooms.
What?
Martin, are you really with us? Because you are in another session elsewhere.
For this case, we are targeting adolescents in grade 7 only.
What are we discussing in this group?
Thank you everyone. I hope you had very fruitful discussions in your various groups. And I know group room 1 were looking at the obstacles that they encounter as they carry out what we call lesson observations. Room 2 are looking at the strategies that they can use to monitor whether the learner-centered approaches are being effectively implemented in the classrooms. And group 3 was how can the assessment results be used to inform decision-making in teaching and learning. And now that we are back, I want us to just get presentations. And of course, you can be brief. So you have 3 minutes each group to present on what you discussed. So can I allow group 1 to start? Room 1, please, over to you.
Yes, I'm Helen Manasseh from Mombasa, Jomvu Sub-County. Our group, as you've just read, kindly, Madam Catherine, should you kindly take us through? Madam Catherine, kindly tell her to unmute so that she can take us through. Hello, Madam Catherine. Oh, our secretary is... Madam Catherine. Hello. Oh, kindly go to the next group as I look for her.
Thank you. Group 2.
Okay, group 2. My name is Susan from Mombasa, Kisauni Sub-County. We were supposed to discuss, as a school leader, what strategies do you use to monitor whether learner-centered approaches are being effectively implemented in the classroom? So this is what we came up with. We said, as a leader, you're supposed to do lesson observation. When the lesson is going on, you go in and just observe how the teacher is teaching, how the learners are responding, and you'll be able to know if the teacher is actually using a learner-centered strategy by looking at the assessment outcome. At the end of a given strand or sub-strand, you look at the outcome. How many learners are exceeding expectations? How many are meeting? How many are below? How many are approaching? Then you also look at the key inquiry question on the lesson plan. Is the key inquiry question in line with what the teacher is actually teaching on that particular lesson? By asking learners questions about the learning process so that you get feedback from the learners, what they did during the lesson, and you'd be able to know if they were able to grasp anything. Then you also look at the lesson plan. And when looking at the lesson plan, you look at the learning outcome. Have they given the learning outcome at 2 levels, the knowledge, skill, and attitude, or the lesson outcome is just focusing on skill only and leaving out the other 2 parts? By checking the professional records prepared by the teacher and the teaching aids that are being used during the lesson, by looking at the learning experiences during the lesson. Are learners being actually given some work to do? Do they have some activities, or it's just a lecture method? Then at the end of the lesson, we assume that they have learned. And by doing the analysis, do analysis at the end or at the end of every strand and see how learning is going on. Then by using reflective approaches, the teacher reflects on what has been done during the lesson. We get feedback from the learners and know if the lesson was learner-centered. Then by using different assessment tools so that we are able to gauge learners at all levels. So that is what we discussed in group 2.
Let's appreciate group 2 for the powerful presentations, looking at what strategies they use. And of course, as a group, they agreed that 1, they do the regular lesson observation. That's very good of you. You're talking about getting feedback from the learners. It's very important that as school leaders, you ensure that you get regular feedback from the learners to know how the lessons are. Please,
So,
if you are
fact,
muted,
it starts by self-discovery. And if you
this
look at
must
the
be Martin.
way that varies there,
Martin, please.
the
Martin Luganje. Martin, can you unmute? We want to hear you because you've been interrupting. It's like you're not part of us. Martin, thank you. So the points, I think, from where I sit, you have done well as school leaders. Please ensure that you apply those strategies to ensure that learner-centered approaches are effectively used in the implementation of the curriculum in the classrooms. So you talked about even what we call use of digital tools for monitoring, because sometimes as a HOI, as school leader, you may be so busy. You can also embrace the use of digital tools to monitor how lessons are being taught in class. Let's go to group number 3, please. Group 3, briefly in 2 to 3 minutes. Group 3.
Thank you. I'm Enoch from Wajir. For group 3, we discussed how can assessment results be used to inform decision-making in teaching and learning. And we came up with the following points to start with. The first one, assessment results helps in programming, evaluation, and professional development. That is to evaluate the programs and the curricular results, which in broader level will help to understand each and individual learner, having also effectiveness in educational programs and interventions on how the learners or the students progress. Number 2, it helps in communication with stakeholders. Those are the parents. It helps the teacher and the school to have a concrete evidence on how they are going to share with the parent each and every learner's academic progress. So it strengthens and gives areas of growth in the bond between the parent and the learners, plus the school facilitators. Those are the teachers. It also promotes accountability. Assessment data provides a transparent view of student performance and structural effectiveness, which supports accountability and also provides good level progress of the learner on how they do. Number 3, it provides effective feedback, that is specific and timely feedback, which is timely given to the parents, timely given to the teachers who facilitate the learning, to the learner as per the grade where the learners are. So students are able to understand what they are doing, they are able to understand where they have reached, and they are able to understand how they can improve their studies. It also promotes student self-evaluation. When students receive a clear feedback from the assessment, they can engage in self-reflection, understanding of their own learning journey, and also take ownership of their education progress. The last one, it helps in goal setting and monitoring the progress. That's establishing track student growth, ongoing formative assessment that helps teachers to monitor student progress towards their goals over time. This continuous also helps to look in helping identity trends for the learners, where their weaknesses are, and how to improve them. Last but not least, we also talked of evaluate teachers' effectiveness. As a school leader, after we are able to get the results or the assessment results of the learners, it helps us in knowing and evaluating the teaching ability of the staff members. So assessment data prompts teachers to reflect on their instructional methods and adjust them for future lessons. Those are some of the points we raised as group 3. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's appreciate Enoch Musundi for the powerful presentation from Wajir County. So the results can be used, like I've mentioned, in program evaluation and professional development. You have mentioned identification of learning gaps, and also coming up with the strategies. You have mentioned goal setting. You have mentioned student self-evaluation and reflection. You have mentioned effective feedback. You have mentioned also communicating with the stakeholders, among other points. Very good. So those are some of the ways in which the assessment results can be used to inform decision-making in teaching and learning. Let's appreciate them, please. Group 1, finally. Last group. Group 1.
Madam Catherine, are you on
Group
board
1.
now?
Yes.
Madam Catherine, our secretary.
Please, in 3 minutes.
Yes,
Go
I'm
ahead.
here.
Okay, kindly take us through
Are
our
you
points.
listening to me?
Yes, go
Yes, we
ahead.
are listening.
Okay, group 1. Yeah, I'm Catherine Mugambi, Mombasa County, Likoni Sub-County. Yeah, number 1, some teachers do not integrate lessons deliberately. Lack of interest in ICT integration to some teachers. Lack of knowledge in ICT to some teachers and some of the OSS. Big number of learners compared to the ICT engagement in the school. Inadequate preparations of teachers who are getting in the classroom, in the lesson when they are not prepared. Lack of network connectivity in the school. Overloaded curriculum. Overlapping school events, summer school activities. Learners diversity, some have special needs, others don't have. And then the time allocation for the ICT is not enough. Some OSS are not assisting the teachers. Lack of connectivity, that has been reported. Low learner motivation from the teachers and administration. Discipline issues of the learners. Lack of ICT tools. Lack of support from the parents. Some parents are not supportive at all. Infrastructure issues like poor classroom conditions. Thank you. That was our group 1 discussion.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. The obstacles that teachers face in delivering the curriculum, that is, as you carry out lesson observations, you are able to realize all those obstacles. And of course, that is very comprehensive, beginning from what we are talking about, the large classroom sizes. He has mentioned that. He has mentioned interest in ICT and inadequate preparation by the teachers. She has mentioned the low learner engagement, among many other points. And of course, as school leaders, our role basically is to find the ways in which we can mitigate this, which of course has also been discussed by Group 2 in their presentations. So finally, as we wind up this, because I'm meant to stop at 11:50, we who are given a task to perform. And of course, the feedback is that a good number of us have not been able to share the link in the e-learning platform. Some people are sharing photos, some people are sharing other things. Please ensure that you follow the instructions very clearly to ensure that you perform the activity given here and upload it in the blogger so that we are able to assess it and give you feedback on how the e-portfolio is. So you need to ensure that you take the photo and then you will save it, publish, and then copy the link and paste it in the Temi e-learning app. So having looked at that, then we can conclude this session because our session was about what we call the curriculum implementation support, which of course, as school leaders, we should be able to do what? To take lead in as the leaders of the school. And we've looked at the challenges that they face when implement the curriculum. We looked at the obstacles. We looked at the strategies we can use to monitor the classes, and we also looked at some of the ways in which the assessment results can be helpful in terms of decision making. So even as we end this session, we are hoping that as school leaders will continue to provide curriculum support to your colleagues or your staff members to ensure that the curriculum, basic education curriculum, is effectively implemented in our various institutions. Otherwise, without going beyond that level, I want to say thank you very much. Thank you very much. And of course, you can appreciate me in the chat box and make your comments there, even as we welcome my next colleague to take us in the final session, because we had agreed that we'll stop at 12:40, even as we break for our lunch. And wish you all the best. So, karibu, Madam Rebecca.
Thank you, Dr. Charles. And welcome, participants. I'm happy to see you, and thank you for allowing us to continue so that we finish the last session. That is on learner support programs. We are not going to keep you for long, for I know that some of you will be leaving for prayers, but it is important also that we review this unit on learner support programs. So my name is Rebecca Muriuki. I'm a trainer at Kenya Education Management Institute, and I will be taking you through this review together with my colleagues Simon and Dr. Charles. So in the previous session, the face-to-face that we had, I met the Mombasa team, although I have not met the Garissa. Is it Wajir? The Wajir team. And so on this session or this unit, during the self-paced also, I know you have gone through what we covered. We looked at parental empowerment as one of the programs, because we know that these learner support programs are the interventions or the initiatives that are put in place by the school leaders to support learners as teaching and learning is taking place. We find that for learning to take place, these learners need to be supported because they go through a lot of challenges, and it is important that we ensure that we provide a good environment for learning, an inclusive environment for learning. So school leaders usually put up programs to support these learners so that they develop holistically. As they develop in the academics, also they also develop socially, and this makes them also learn. So one of the programs that you are taken through last time is parental empowerment and engagement. And this is a program that I believe every school leader has put in place so that the parents are engaged, so that we involve the parents in the learning of their children. The other one is guidance and counseling. We find that these learners go through some emotional challenges, social challenges from where they come from. And it is important that we put in place a guidance and counseling program to assist learners go through the various emotional challenges and social challenges that they go through so that they can be able to learn. And then also you went through value-based education. We are supposed to ensure that we incorporate these programs as our children are going through their education. We ensure that we are infusing the issue of values so that they also develop values, so that when they get out with their academics, they will be able to fit in the world of work. Then also community service learning is another program whereby we need to ensure that as school leaders, we have established programs whereby our learners are engaged in community service. Then also mentorship and coaching is another program that we looked at, whereby we ensure that we have programs of mentorship. We mentor our learners, we coach them by, for instance, ensuring that we have a teacher who is mentoring them, or we have peers who are mentoring. The learners are mentoring each other. We have peer mentorship and even coaching. And then also there is a program on citizenship. I believe the teams were taken through this program and its importance. This one is to ensure that we, our learners have civic responsibility. Yes, then also environmental education and non-formal. These also are other initiatives that our school leaders could put in place to ensure that our learners, as they learn, they are guided, or they learn how to take care of the environment through these programs. Then chaplaincy also is another program whereby we ensure that the spiritual needs of the learners are taken care of by ensuring that we have some spiritual leaders coming into our schools, or having a chaplain if it is possible in our schools. We have programs, and even during maybe assemblies, we have these learners talked to on spiritual matters so that they're able to go through the issues that they have. Then the one of career guidance, which is very necessary in our schools, whereby our learners are taken through on how to maybe, if they are choosing pathways, this will come in handy. For example, in junior school, we know that we have pathways that our learners will be taking. And therefore, I believe you are progressing on well in establishing these programs in your schools, and that is good. Now, here we have an activity that I want us to be engaged in using our charts. I want us to respond to this question, and it is asking you as a school leader, what is your role, or what role do you play in promoting inclusive and holistic learner development? Let us go to our charts, the chat box, and let us respond by giving the role that we have been playing in promoting inclusivity and ensuring that our learners develop holistically. And I would like to welcome my colleague, Mr. Simon, to establish whether they are sending anything on the charts and maybe highlight some of the posts.
Okay. All right. It's not a must that you must indicate all the programs. Rather, what we need is you to tell us what you have implemented, because this will indicate the impact this unit has had on your practice. So just indicate what you have done and the role that you played as a school leader in promoting that particular program in your institution. So we have Mary Obima. She's talking about encouraging learners to participate in co-curricular activities in school. So that is Mary Obima. That was just done. That is one way of implementing learner support programs. Nicholas Okumu, supporting teachers, parents, and learners through regular encouragement, where I believe regular encouragement means what? Regular talks? Maybe Okumu, you could tell us more about that suggestion. Mary Mutua is talking about ensuring the relevant programs are put in place. For example, spiritual nourishment, guidance and counseling programs. So that covers the chaplaincy and also counseling. classroom programs to the learners. Enoch is talking of creating school learners leadership and advocacy. That is well said. Ensuring learners with special needs receive appropriate support and resources. That is Salma Muhyiddin. Catherine Muga is saying that in her school, why is it? It's disappeared. In her school, they have talent identification and mentoring examples in every assembly. We have news anchors reporting weekly happenings. Oh, okay. So to motivate learners in towards exploring their passions. I started guidance and counseling committee. That is George Mutai. Mutugi Jonah is saying that involving school community, that is teachers, parents, in helping them to more about their children. This can happen during clinic days. So they organize clinic days and then they inform teachers and parents. Peer teaching should be encouraged in all levels. We are talking of what has been done, not what ought to be done. A good suggestion, yes, but talk of what you have already implemented and the role that you played in that particular program. Provision of assistive devices like wheelchair, co-curricular activities, providing means of transport to and from school to learners with disability, bringing role models. Those are areas where Joyce has participated and implemented those activities. Susan Olo also talks about focus on intellectual, mental, physical, emotional, and social well-being of students. We'd like to hear, Susan, that is fine, that's okay, but we'd like to hear specifics on how you have initiated intellectual, mental, physical, emotional, social well-being of your learners. Okay, thank you so much. Know that your views are not relevant. If you have not read them out, they are all relevant. We have recorded them. They are on our presentation, and I believe we go through the presentation once more after the session. We look at the feedback and even interrogate your ideas. Back to the main presenter, Madam Rebecca.
Thank you, Simon, for guiding us on that question. And thank you, participants, for responding. And those responses are very good. And maybe mine is to encourage you to continue playing your role in promoting inclusivity. And again, it is important that we come up with policies supporting these programs. Let us have policies. Let us ensure that we continue training our teachers so that they can help us implement some of these policies. So capacity building is your role. Ensure you capacity build your teachers, and ensure that you also mobilize resources, because for you to implement these learner support programs, you will require resources, and therefore through the boards of management and through your parents, you will be able to mobilize resources to be able to implement those learner support programs. And then we ensure that we create a safe environment, supportive environment for our learners, and ensure that the schools are learner-friendly, even for those learners with special needs, so that they are able to learn in our schools. And then we will do some group work here, whereby our IT person will take us into breakout rooms, and the activity that we are going to look at is on the screen. And when you get into the breakout rooms, you will discuss activities you are undertaking to implement the learner support programs in your schools. And in this case, you will cite the challenge. You will also cite the challenges that you have been facing. So each group will look at least 2 programs that you are supposed to implement in your schools, and tell us the activities you are undertaking. And then if there are any challenges that you are experiencing, you will state in those groups. Then the secretary of the group, when we come back to the plenary, will do a presentation on them. So we go for breakout rooms for 10 minutes, and then 5 to 10 minutes, and then we come back, and then we will do the presentation. 10 minutes. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Rebecca. And now I'll break you to breakout rooms. When you see a pop-up at your screen, kindly join. Now we go, join. Kindly rejoin, join.
Hello, members.
What are you doing? There is go and like that. Yes, Molly. There you are. The impossible. What are we seeing there? Very beautiful brown. Healthy and blooming. ardhi mbaya lakini unfavorable condition. It is too bad. Now you expect that flower to evaluate. And then you understand in your school that it is bad. Adana. Kuna watu wengi, kuna watu na hizi ni etoai. Kuna taifa kurudi nyumbani kwa lunch. Wakienda lunch unapata ile mali moto wewe na watu. Mungu akamesala hapo. Umerudi lunch. Umeingia. Unapata network. Unapata kama ni umelala. Ndio unajua hapa. No man, nothing good. What do? You go to the pot, you drink a glass of water, you jump back to. Are you ready? You are in the class is fine. Unaelewa ni regional regional league, sio? Alafu are you not now? Yeah, Bubago ndio. Are you not now? So difficulty but there was something what motivating you to do better. And it always gets good. How do you make that? How do you make that? Let me read out the situation for you to understand this. You are among 4 social studies teachers who have, with immediate effect, been reassigned by TSC to start teaching. You and your faculty do not have adequate knowledge in physics that will support you in teaching the subject effectively. How might you respond to this teacher? How might you respond? How might you and this teacher respond? How to have? That's how come we do it. Maybe not what's that? Who will
Members, welcome back. We want to embark on the presentations because we don't have much time. We only have 8 minutes. So each group will take at least 2 minutes to present. And I will comment, I will recap at the end of the presentation. So I welcome group 1.
Okay, group 1. Oops, where is it? My name is Susan Olo from Mombasa, Kisauni sub-county. So I'll be reporting for group 1. So we were supposed to look at parental engagement and empowerment, then guidance and counseling. The challenges that activities that we do in our schools and the challenges that we face. So under parental empowerment and engagement, we discussed that we are supposed to improve on academic performance of our learners, parents to provide security and stability, stability and confidence in our learners, because those are the people they know and they really trust them. So they are able to provide emotional stability so that our learners can concentrate on their learning. As teachers, we are supposed to host regular parent-teacher meeting and workshops so that we know where we are, challenges that we are facing, and come up with strategies to solve them. Establish BOM and PA, and within the BOM and PA have the committees that will be able to support schools in different aspects. Encourage parents to volunteer at school, like they can volunteer to help in making learning resources. Like if we have a parent who is good in football, he can actually volunteer to come and coach, to volunteer in the area of expert. We have a parent who is an IT expert. He can also volunteer sometimes to come and train teachers, train learners, service our ICT devices, help in problem solving, especially where we have discipline cases. Parents should come in and also talk to learners about indiscipline cases in our schools. So the challenges that we face when we are implementing parental empowerment and engagement is that some parents have no interest in matters of the school. They just feel like anything at school level is supposed to be done by teachers. They have nothing to do with schools. Once they bring their children, that is where their role ends. Some parents are illiterate. So as much as they would like to participate in school activities, they have limited skills in what pertains activities at school. We also have cultural beliefs where parents just feel that school is none of their business and they're not supposed to take part in school. We also have poor communication between school and parents, then limited time due to work and household responsibilities. We have parents who are very, very busy. By the time they arrive at home, their children are already asleep, and by the time they leave, their children are still sleeping. The other area was guidance and counseling. So pertaining guidance and counseling, we are supposed to hold regular guidance and counseling sessions. And these sessions should look at all aspects like discipline cases, substance abuse, talent. Let us talk about all areas that affect our learners. Invite experts to come and talk to our parents about our cultures that affect our learners, and some of those retrogressive cultural beliefs that we are still holding on. Use role models from the society, especially people who are prominent, people who are holding big government positions, or people who are doing very well, and they actually passed through the school and they came from a very humble background. When they come and talk to our learners, then our learners will know that they can also make it in life if they see a person who went through the same process and they're doing well. We are supposed to have education support and career counseling, especially in subject selection, like what we are having right now at grade 8. Some of them are yet to come to know about career, to know about what they want to become in future and how to select subjects for senior school. So we need an expert also to talk to our parents so that our parents can also know the pathways and what their learners are supposed to undertake when they go to senior school. Then during guidance and counseling, all people who are involved in this process should ensure confidentiality. They should not, like after talking to learners, then you go out and discuss it. Once they know that whatever you discussed is in public domain, they will never trust you again and they will never open up. Then parents and teachers are supposed to have basic skills on guidance and counseling. So we also need to have workshops and train parents and teachers about basic counseling skills. Then we also need to address behavior management, especially in our schools. Things like bullying, substance abuse should be addressed. Then we also need to talk about, in guidance and counseling, crisis management. So in case of traumatic event, what are we supposed to do? In case a family is having a problem, we need to take care of learners who come from families that are having crisis or are going through traumatic event or family problem. We also need to build self-esteem, to build self-awareness and personal resilience and confidence of our learners. We also need to nurture talents of our learners, like a learner who is not gifted in academics and he's gifted in other activities like athletics or football. We need now to focus on their skills so that they can feel that they're also useful and there's something that they're actually good at. Then challenges that we face in guidance and counseling is peer pressure. You cancel learners, but because there is a lot of peer pressure in the society, when they go back home, they actually relapse and go back to their activities. We also have uncooperative parents who do not want to cooperate. And in some of our societies, we lack role models. Like you go to a society, anybody who passed through that school is just languishing in poverty and they're just there in the villages. So when you talk to learners about academic perform excellence, they feel like all people who have been in school are just out there. How did education help them? So those are some of the challenges that we go through. So that is the end of our group 1 discussion.
Thank you, Group 1, for that good presentation. Let's appreciate them on the chat. Yes, that's a good presentation. Well done, Team 1. Group 2, welcome. Let's summarize our points because we are short of time.
Thank you, Madam. Lilian Acheng from Mombasa County, Likoni Sub-County, presenting Group 2, where we were discussing on activities to implement and also to cite the challenges on value-based education and also on community services. So as we all know that VBE prepares learners to face the world with the right mindset and values, but some of the activities that we have cited are the PPI that we undertake in all our schools, and the challenges that come along with that is learners coming from diverse religion, so we find that there are conflicting areas. Then number 2, we cited the club and society and some of the activities that we undertake, but we find that some of our teachers lack interest and also they lack information enough to undertake those clubs and societies so as to guide the learners. The other point, excuse me. Somebody.
Continue, Lillian. Time is trickling.
I'm seeing, and also when we come to community servicing learning, that is learning outside the classroom, the challenges that we have are the adverse weather conditions. Taking learners with the knee out becomes a challenge. We also have learners being attacked by some of the groups, that is insecurity of learners in some of the areas like Mombasa, and could be Wajir has also the same problem. Those are some of the challenges that we face during the community servicing learning outside the school. Due to time, I think those are some of the things that we discussed, and if there is any other point that I didn't get right, members can put in.
Well done, group 2. Let's appreciate them and continue with group 3 on mentorship and coaching and friendship.
Okay, group 3, I'm Faith Asuba from Jomvu, Mombasa. So we were to look at the activities that we can undertake to implement mentorship and coaching. Then we also have citizenship. So on mentorship and coaching, we discussed that some of the activities that we can undertake, we have establishment of mentoring relationship, whereby the mentors are trained as they provide the training on effective communication, active listening, goal setting, and even in the provision of constructive feedback. There is also regular meetings which establish a schedule for one-on-one meetings between the mentors and the mentees. We also talked about diverse mentoring, whereby this is an approach such as peer mentoring, group mentoring, and virtual mentoring, at least that caters the diverse needs and the preferences of the mentees. Then when it comes to the citizenship, we talked about some of the activities is about community service on fostering citizenship. We can do the community service. We can also do the reflection and discussion, whereby you bring people, the learners facilitate regular reflection on where the mentees can discuss their experiences and challenges. We have also the program implementation and evaluation, which will enable clear communication to ensure at least all the participants are able to understand the program's goals and expectations and even the procedures. At the same time, collaboration can also be one of the activities to foster citizenship. So I'm doing it in a hurry because of time. So the challenges on mentorship and coaching, one of them was the negative attitude, whereby it is created by the resistance to change or feedback, maybe either by the mentees. The communication issues, where there is they are unable, maybe the language barrier, communication issues, which leads to language barrier, whereby the mentee and the mentor are unable to understand each other. Time constraint for both the mentee and the mentors. They are unable, maybe either one of them can have the time limited for them to meet and maybe talk and help one another. We have also insufficient planning. If the mentor does not plan well, then it means the mentees are not going to be able to achieve the objective. We also talked about overdependence, whereby mentees depend mostly on the mentors, forgetting that they also need to develop themselves as an individual. That is growth, individual growth. On citizenship, the challenges that we face, one of them was language barrier. We talked about the cultural diversity. An example, the nomadic people moving from one place to another. Their culture does not hinders their citizenship in a way that as they move to other people, they will be unable to adopt other people's culture. We also talked about lack of civic knowledge, mostly whereby our learners are unable to understand their rights and responsibilities to foster citizenship. There was also limited the societal attitudes and values, how the society understands or takes citizenship. It also hinders fostering citizenship. We have political and social contexts. For example, the political instability, which hinders also. We have parental in the community. They also have, maybe due to their own way of understanding the culture, it also does not help in fostering citizenship. Thank you so much. That is what we heard from group 3.
Group 3, thank you. Let's appreciate them in the lesson section. Group 4, come and try to summarize. You have many, you have 3 support programs. Just give a highlight, don't explain because of time.
I'm Phyllis. I will be presenting on behalf of Group 4. For us, we are looking at particular learner support programs, environmental education, chaplaincy, and career guidance. So for environmental education, we have environmental clubs in our schools. That is the innovative kitchens and the tree planting. One of the major challenges that these support programs come across is limited space for expansion of these activities. And then there is the issue of securities for schools that have no funds. And then for our colleagues from the north, they identified harsh environmental conditions. For the chaplaincy, some of the activities that we have in the school are primarily the Muslim Union and the Christian Union, and then a few religious clubs. So one of the challenges that these clubs face is that number one, the religious conflict, where you have particular sponsored schools would wish to have their sponsored members doing the chaplaincy only in the school. And then we have inadequate human resource, the ratio of teacher to learner, and the learners are more than the teachers on the ground for particular religious groups. And then lack of identity, some learners keep shifting from one religion to another, they are not stable. And then lastly, for that area, interference with the normal class timetable, you get that some of these PPI programs spill over to the first lesson, and that's a conflict. Lastly, for the career guidance, we have clubs in the school. These would include the maths club that is in the STEM area. We have the journalism, the law, and then we also have very active career departments in the school that support career guidance. So some of the challenges that are faced with this particular one is capacity. They would need capacity building. Teachers are really, they want to support, but they are not fully prepared to handle some of the whatever is in they are supposed to handle in the career departments. And then we also have a challenge on parent interference, where a learner has an interest in a certain area, but a parent is insisting that they have to take the other career. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I also want to thank you all. Thank you, Phyllis, for that good presentation in Group 4. Well done. And it is good to hear that you are implementing those learner support programs. Let's continue doing that good work. And then the challenges that we are experiencing, let's try and ensure that we see how we can overcome them. Parents need to be encouraged, because I've heard that parents is are one of the problems that we have taken. So let's ensure that we encourage them. Use the PA to reach out to those parents that will support us. And then our teachers need to be capacity built so that they support us in implementing those learner support programs. So appreciate yourselves also. All groups, you have done well. I want us to come to look at the last item, whereby we are going to look at the extended learning activity. I want to welcome Mr. Simon to look at that, take us through that review, and then hand it over to Dr. Mwanza to conclude.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Delika, for guiding us in that discussion. In our extended learning activity, we do have another area where we are supposed to provide artifacts. And this time around, you are well guided. You are well guided on the kind of artifact that you need to post on the blog on Blogger. Now, we are told explicitly that the uploaded artifacts should reflect the process or activities leading to the development of the learner support program. Remember, the ultimate product is learner support program plan. We are supposed to develop a plan. But then, you know, it is not a one-off activity. There are various activities leading to development of that plan. And therefore, we need to reflect those artifacts on our e-portfolio. For example, as you develop the learner support program, most likely you are about to call for a staff meeting, or you establish a committee that is going to draft that learner support program. So we need to see, for instance, a letter written by you as a school leader, indicating that you have identified these as members of the learner support program planning committee. And this letter need to be authentic. It has to be authentic, meaning it has to be a formal letter signed by you as the school leader. And at the same time, maybe they hold some meetings. Maybe they hold some meetings. Now you need to see minutes of those meetings posted. But remember, for all the artifacts you're going to post, you must, each artifact must have a title, but must be very well described. You know, have a brief but very impacting description. And at the same time, we need to see that reflection. So the bottom line is that we don't just need the LSP plan. We need to show the process. It is a process that we are after in the e-portfolio. Thank you so much. In the case of any issue, you can write on the chat. In case of any challenge that you're experiencing, drop a line on the chat, then we can be able to attend to those challenges as we move on with the presentations. Thank you so much. I hand over to Dr. Mwanza to close for us.
Thank you. Thank you very much, colleagues. So you have gone through the significance of LSPs in promoting inclusive and equitable education. And as school leaders, we need to take lead in this. And we did promise we'd stop before 1, but we said earlier that the CEO came is present here. Please, just before you go for prayers, maybe we can say hi, just to greet you briefly. But of course, before he comes, President for Wajir, please make us remarks so that we can welcome him. President Wajir. President Mombasa. Yeah, so the president for Wajir or Mombasa, or anyone just to make final remarks, then I invite him. Anyone who is able to unmute and just make final remarks. Remember that we are meeting tomorrow from 11 a.m. and tomorrow we'll go through the preview for units number 4, 5, and 6. Any remarks, please?
Kindly, Ahmed from Wajir, kindly.
Go ahead.
It's like when you're presenting, you are not that much audible for the last 10 minutes. I don't know why.
Good.
And then, are we coming back after lunch?
No. We have finished. We don't come back after lunch. So you go for lunch, you go for prayers, then you go for lunch. Thank you. Thank you for noting that we're not very able. Please, we'll improve on that. There was an issue with blackout for a while, but we sorted it very fast. Thank you. Thank you, Ahmed. Ahmed, make remarks, please, on behalf of your team. Ahmed. Ahmed, please. Can you make a few remarks? Good. So thank you, thank you. They are getting you, please. Oh. So then, please mute me, tafadhali. Allow me also, before the CEO comes, just recognize the presence of Director Dr. Joyce Kiruma. She is in our midst, but she will not talk. We'll just straight away go and invite the CEO just to make a few remarks as we end today's session. Thank you very much. Karibu, CEO.
Thank you very much. Our S team, the heads of institutions who are present on this very important call and very important training. I want to thank the team who are here with us in this very hall. KEMI team, UOB team, collectively working towards supporting our heads of institutions to steer the leadership practices in our schools. I'm so glad that you're able to find time to gather here with us and continue in this very important journey of improving our educational outcomes in our institutions of learning. We can never take it for granted, and we therefore most sincerely appreciate the fact that you are here with us. I also want to urge all of us to, most importantly, walk the journey with our colleagues, particularly in our committees of practice platforms. Please ensure that we don't leave our colleagues behind as we progress with this leadership program. This is a program of its own kind, and indeed many school leaders have benefited immensely as they improve in their competencies towards providing the best learning environments for our children. So work with them, work with everybody, don't leave them behind. Our agenda is to ensure that we all complete together as a team and provide the best for our children. I know we have a very competent team. They will be engaging with you all the times. They will be supporting you whenever you request support. They are just a phone call away. They are highly competent. They are robust. They have that which it takes to deliver this very program. And the team is well prepared to have all our school leaders have the best out of this very unique program that is offered through the app-based approach. It's a program of its own kind, and we thank the Ministry of Education, the VOB Education for Development, our partner, for walking us this very journey to deliver this program successfully. This is the third cohort, and I do appreciate the far we've come from with other cohorts and the improvements that we have experienced as we carry on with this very important program. So ladies and gentlemen, as you break for lunch, I want to wish you the very best. Think through all that you have discussed, ensure that the key skills, the key competencies which actually are embedded in this program are actualized for the good of our children. Thank you very much, and may we receive blessings from our Almighty God. Thank you.
Thank you, Daktari, the CEO for KEMI, Dr. Morris. Please don't exit. I was not in the presence of Madam Furaha, representing the CB Mombasa. Please, as we turn our videos on for the group photo, Madam Furaha, you can just say hi so that we recognize your presence here.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Good
Thank you.
afternoon.
Okay, thank you so much. I've been following up all the activities from the beginning. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Furaha, for
At
representing the CB Mombasa. So we can turn on our videos now. Please, let's meet tomorrow. We'll give you time at least to make a few remarks tomorrow. Thank you. Let's put our videos on, please, for a group photo. All videos on for a group photo. All videos on for group photo. Thank you, Madam Furaha. Thank you, the CEO. Thank you, Dr. Joyce, for being part of this team today. Thank you. Group photo, please. Let's turn our videos on, tafadhali. Thank you, thank you. So Madam Fura is presenting the CDE for Mombasa. Do you have someone for the CDE for Wajir? Thank you. Let's put our videos on, please. Video on, video on, video on. Lillian Echieng, your video is off. Now we can see you. Whose video is off here, please? Aquila, oh, sorry. We have got Abdi Adan, your video is off. Please put your video on. We have got Catherine Mugambi, Cyril Tunje, your video is off. Faith Ongeri, Fatuma Osman, Furaz Seba, the CD representative. Please let's put our videos on. George Mutai. We have got Josephine Jenny. The video is off. And I think we have Salman and Rebecca Arogo. Thank you. Let's put our videos on, please. All of us, videos on. So tomorrow we are meeting at 11, so we can log in at 10:45, so that we start at exactly 11. Please log in early enough. I think the photo session, are we through? Thank you, thank you, thank you. So we can now break for our lunch, and we are saying we are not coming back. We meet tomorrow a few minutes to 11, so that we do the previews of unit 4, 5, and 6. Enjoy your lunch and also enjoy the remaining part of the day. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All the best.
To influence the draft for a human being is the thought system. Right. All right? To influence the thought system so that I can bear good fruit. Because then you also want your contribution to the world to be known. And normally, we are judged by the kind of fruits you do. So, how do people get to respect you in the community? The kind of people have gone through your hand. You walk in the village or in the community, you are proud to say, this is the question, this is the question. But if the students were all, if the students are the ones, when you go to the exam right now, and you carry your hand in the the people going to go to the exam. Those who are presenting this week, and those who are touching the vehicle. I don't know if they have a lot of vehicle now, people are part of the you see what I'm telling you. The same thing. The same thing. Sometimes we want to put blame. I don't want to use that. And I also want to say it's not very easy to do that. Sometimes we put blame on who it becomes. We put that blame on where it becomes. I am like this because my parents were like this. Or my parents did not do this and this and this for me because of my experience. We are saying those are the challenges. They are there. Some people experience them in a higher magnitude than they are, but they also have the machine to do their challenges. Stop system. Attitudinal thinking. Stop system. Give the attitude and look at the world. Then they're able to influence better. And then the last one, restorative practices. If there are people who practice restorative practices in education, and the one making is your favorite position leader was always in government. In the classical example of restorative practices, wewe 2021 baba na ruhusa kwa kuoneshana. Right? Are they not brothers? Restorative practices. Tell learners what are concerned. There will be conflict. All right? But they need to do what? To solve this in a peaceful way, so that because our doing is starting the education. But ukikosana forever, ungekuwa na ile uadui. Will there be a learning process in school? That's why we need to encourage it practice. So, jamani, in so many words, this is what I am trying to give you as much